Hmm. Well, thought thought I had it sorted, but apparently not. Well, we'll live with it. Grib, that is amazing. Hold on, our tiny little sub guy has gotten too small here. We have to make him bigger. Absolutely amazing. 5 months. That is some kind of legendary. Some kind of legendary, man. Especially getting up in the middle of the night just to hang out. Wait, stream crashed? Is it okay? Is it okay on your end, guys? Let me know. Don't mess with me. I've already been screwing around with this camera for like an hour, and it's still being a butt. An absolute butt. Play bass with a pick. We can do that. We can most definitely do that. Look, there it goes. There it goes. I moved. If I move at exactly the right angle, it's just decided it's going to do this turn me yellow thing. I thought at first it was the shirt that I was wearing because it's only done it before when I was wearing this kind of like bright yellow orange shirt and hasn't really done it wearing other colors. And I was wearing a white shirt when I first got on or when I first started testing and it started doing it. So I changed to like two different shirts and it was okay. And then I even tried to like forcibly white balance it by powering the camera off and then powering it back on with a sheet of paper in front of it, and it looked okay for a while. But then now, it doesn't matter if I turn the wrong way; it just changes colors, and I can't find any kind of like white balance setting in the actual Windows camera. If it's in there, it's buried somewhere. And to top it off, I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for Black Friday to buy a good camera, for our stream, and basically none of them were on sale. I had a handful of cameras that I had picked out as ones that would be ideal for streaming, at, and none of them are on sale. The only cameras that are on sale are either really cheap, junky ones or super, super, super expensive ones. Ones that are still like $2,000 after the sale. And pretty much the same story with webcams. I was gonna buy like a good, 150, $200 webcam too, so we could use that in the meantime if I couldn't get one of the more expensive like a mirrorless camera right away, and then use it for like a pedal cam or close up cam or whatever. And the only webcams that are on sale are like $30 ones. Yeah, it just seems awful. Like there seem to be no good sales really today. Even in the gear world too, like the guitar world, there's usually a bunch of good sales on pedals. Like 25, 30% off. This year they're all like 10% off. Which, what's the point? I'd just buy a used one. Yeah, I did hear there were some decent sales on plugins, but that doesn't do me any good. At least not at the moment. Oh man. So Alec wants me to play bass with a pick. You got any particular bass you'd like me to play? I was thinking about setting up a different amp tonight too, because we've been using the same amp setup for a while now, for a few months. I thought about going and dragging something out. Oh yeah, that's right. You did request some level 42 a couple weeks ago, right? I did. I think the only level 42 song that I actually like know, or at least know parts of, is what's it, Mr. Pink. Like I've actually learned and taught that one before. We need to use a 4-string for that. So probably break the old Stingray out. That'd be fun. Hey, Priest, how are you? Look, there it goes. Turn me yellow again. I'm gonna try moving this light a little bit closer. See if it helps, maybe. The word you're looking for, just to be a total jerk, is illicit, which is spelled with an E. Illicit, spelled with an I, means not exactly illegal, but something that's, not acceptable, or something that's under the table, something that's, outside of a social norm, etc. Just to be that guy. Hold on. Let me move this light. Let the umbrella out. Nah, that makes the shadowing worse. Get in there. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Gotta watch out for those homophones. English is bad about them. I think it's slightly better. All right, we'll have to hook up a bass amp. Yeah, we'll just hook up the Glock, since we can run the Glock straight into the preamp, or into the interface. Let's see. Squeak. Just for the sake of fun, too, if I could show you. Sound gear? Yeah, I do have a sound gear, actually. I have an SR1500. But we'll have to get it out and see if... I'm not sure if it's set up right now. So this is a bass amp. This is my my Glockenklong from Germany. But absolutely love this amp. Absolutely love their sound, which is kind of interesting. Their sound is essentially going for a completely neutral kind of sound, like sort of no coloration whatsoever. But we're going to be running the bass. Actually, I'll be running it into a cab in the room, and then running from the direct out into the audio interface from the amp. So what you guys will mostly hear will be the signal coming through the amplifier, more so than the signal coming through the cabinet, because I'm not going to mic the bass cabinet. This other cabinet too, because it is in the way. That's the cabinet that's misbehaving. I think that's kind of a reductionist take on rap. You probably haven't listened to a lot of it beyond radio rap, I would imagine, in that case. But there's a lot of interesting things occurring rhythmically, and there are also a lot of interesting things occurring in terms of instrumentation and arrangement. But you got to get it past mumble rap and the like to find it. Yeah, I've actually seen that rig rundown before. Yeah, they use really complex setups. That's pretty typical of guys you see from like 80s and like big 80s and early 90s bands though. They have these just crazy rack setups and MIDI switchers and all kinds of everything. Could actually stack the other cab on top of that. It'd be easier to deal with. Oh Lord. Oh wait. Can I put? Oh, of course this one doesn't take casters. That's 12 kinds of irritating. You know what? Let's just do this instead. I'll hook up to one of the 15s. Cool thing about these cabs though, this is AccuGroove, which is a boutique cab maker out in California. Is that this is a three-way cabinet. It's got a crossover in it that splits between the woofer for the lows, a mid-range driver, a 6-inch mid-range driver, and then a pair of dome tweeters. Though I think probably one of the rheostats in the crossover is what was giving us a problem with this cab last time we played bass. But this cab weighs like 30 pounds. It's crazy light. Compared to my previous bass cabs, like my Alec will remember the Mesa 15 that I had that I loaned him for a while that weighed like 60 pounds with a single speaker, or the 410, the Mesa 410 that weighed like 130 pounds or something. So these guys are a lot lighter weight, a lot faster too. They're very responsive, which is one of the advantages of a three-way cab like that. That you don't have a single driver doing all of the work, and so each one can move a little more freely. Stuff over here. Just plug into this guy. Plug into the bottom. Get in there. Come on. There we go. Ukulele's about to jump off the wall. Alright. Bass amp is alive. And so then Nujabes is what that like lo-fi hip hop genre aspires to be, pretty much. Yeah, one of the people who started the lo-fi beat genre. Let's see. So Alec wanted a sound gear. Let me go find my sound gear real quick. I think it's in the room back here around the corner. I have to turn this light on. Nope. Yes. What? I can't read what you've written. Or what that emote says. This should be it. Yeah. So this is a 91 SR 1500. This was the high end of the Ibanez bass range, with the exception of the American Masters series, which was the U.S. custom shop stuff at the time. This is a solid Bubinga body. Bubinga. With a Wingay and Bubinga 5-piece neck, ebony fingerboard, EMG pickups. Pretty decked out. The strings are really dead, but it sounds great with the pick. We need to run, the last thing we need to do is we need to run the DI cable from the mic where it's on the guitar amp now over to the bass amp, so that'll take a moment as well. Hopefully the battery's not dead. Yeah, they were definitely going for the Warwick market. Warwick from Germany was starting to become kind of a big name in the bass game around that time period, early mid 90s. And so they started to kind of take a little shot at them with these, because Warwick, basically their whole model was to use predominantly these African hardwoods like Bubinga and Paruk, and stuff like that, Wingay necks in particular, and then later Ovenkal necks. When the Wingay became too hard to source, right? Keep, what's up? But it tends to give the basses a very, very firm, growly kind of tone compared to the sound of ash and alder that you hear on, traditional Fender style basses. I'm doing okay. We've been setting up the bass rig. Alec wanted to hear some bass. Grim made a bass request recently too, so we're going to do a little bass for a while. These guys, these old sound gears, man, they have absolutely like toothpick necks. They're incredibly small. I mean, you can sort of see, compared to the size of my hand, how narrow the nut is. It's really congested down here. I tend to personally prefer a bit wider neck, but for certain types of things, works incredibly well. I think actually the bassist from Cannibal Corpse played this exact model way back in the day too. But I found this one. Buried in the Guitar Center site for like 300 bucks because they thought it was a much cheaper model. This model was about $1,500 in 1990, 1991 when it came out. And they usually sell used for $600-700 or so. I mean, they're still pretty collectible. But, if you don't know what you're looking at, it just looks kind of like generic brown sound gear. And there's a whole bunch of really cheap models, SR 500s and SR 300s and stuff like that came in this sort of finish. But I saw a picture of the back, and I could see the Wingay neck, which is only on high-end Ibanez, and could see the type of finish. The cheaper ones with the wood, with the natural finish over the wood, have a little bit more kind of shine to them, while this is more like a rubbed oil finish on the body. So you could see those little details and went like, that looks like a real one to me, at like a 1500. And so snagged it, managed to get it pretty cheap, and then actually got money back from Guitar Center on it too, because the treble control isn't working properly in the preamp, and they couldn't fix it, and we just pestered them a bunch and said, hey, you know, like, give us something back. We got to buy a replacement preamp, and they wound up giving me like $100 back, something to that effect. Or it might have been $120, but so I wound up getting this for like 200 some dollars all in, which is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All right, let's go. Let's go hook up the DI for the bass, and then we'll get rolling. Oh, we can hook up our effects too while we're doing that. Same position. DI cable's a little bit tangled up. See if we can untangle it. That's plugged in. Hopefully that didn't blow you guys away. So I have it turned down, but I don't know if it's down all the way, or if I don't know if you'll hear a little click when it goes in. Alright, let's see. Let's get our effects loop hooked up, so we can have a little reverb. Which one are you? You are the send. You are the return. I just got a text from P. Willie that wants to know if he can call me. Say, bro, I'm streaming right now. Power up. Strap. Let's see. These old ones from this time period didn't have the Goto strap locks or anything. You know, after about 86, they changed from the sort of V-shaped strap buttons. Is there what? What? Not quite sure what you're going for there, Grim. But you know, 86 just they changed from the sort of V-shaped strap buttons that locked into the strap kind of physically with the little prongs, to the big round buttons, which they kept for quite a while. They got into the late 90s, they moved to the Goto strap locks on the nicer ones, on the higher end stuff. That's pretty weird. Then we need... Oh, we're going to have to get one of the extra long annoying cables to reach over here. The annoying red cables. Can I even get to them? It's a more important question. To go the other way. this way. There's a reverb tank in the way. Oh, maybe you can use this guy. Cable management is a real problem in this world. Like for real, geez. Yeah, I think our battery's probably dead. GG. What are you guys talking about? All right. Let us change our 9 volts. Because I think this sucker's pretty old. Come on. We could restring it too, depending on how bored you guys are. These strings are super dead. If you want to see the inside of a control cavity too, on an active bass, pretty busy. This iteration of the Ibanez preamp actually has the preamp boards individually separated on each one of the pots. Dude, ancient PV battery. Check that out. Gosh, wonder how old this is. I don't think I've ever seen a PV branded battery before. There goes the yellow. Basically, anytime if I move close to the camera over here, everything turns yellow. Oh, let's see, 9 volts, 9 volts, 9 volts. Got one over here. Maybe. How old are you? You're in my not bad section. I have basically one pile of known bad 9 volts. That's got a little zing. Yeah, I mean, you probably could. You'd have to have some kind of extension cable that could plug into a battery clip, which they offer like battery clip adapters for a lot of pedal power supplies, because some old fuzz pedals and stuff. Some old fuzz pedals only run on battery, but it'd have to be a really really long one, obviously. and would be really, really annoying to move around with your instrument with. I mean, the early active preamps, like the ones in Alembic basses, if you look up the old Alembic basses, and you can still get them with these with what's called the series electronics, which are actually in like Mark King's bass and Stanley Jordan and those guys, their instruments, their guitars and basses. It actually uses a big floor power supply. It requires so much juice. You had to actually plug it into a big transformer based box on the floor to drive it. This battery clip is super old too, though. I think I'm probably just going to get an EMG preamp to put in this to go with the EMG pickups. The Ibanez preamp that's in it was kind of a cheap version, or Ibanez's sort of knockoff version of an EMG preamp. I don't know why they didn't just shell out an extra however much per unit to get the real EMG preamp, given that they have the EMG pickups in its stock, and it was already the most expensive bass that they made in 1991. But for whatever reason, they put their I think they called it the BT1 or something like that preamp in it. But this needs updating. It has, the little like cardboard battery clip instead of a real one, a real nice plastic one. Electrocute, yeah. Dying on stage from electrocution. It's happened a couple times. Was it the guy from Stone the Crow? I think it was a Scottish band. Was electrocuted on stage. And somebody else. Trying to go in there crooked. Yeah, it should be good enough. Alright. Let us go. Try again. Because the old battery... Yeah, old battery super dead. Super dead. Yeah, I'm sure I got some. I usually, if it's going to be a really loud gig, or if it's going to be in a really small, like tight space, I'll usually have earplugs in, hi-fi earplugs. It's actually pretty rare these days that you get to play properly loud anywhere. The biggest issue tends to be if you're too close to the friggin' drummer and you get that snare drum right in your ear over and over and over and over again in a small space. Or a really bad sound guy who can't control feedback. Those are probably the biggest dangers. Alright, let's see. Where's our cable? I've probably damaged my ears more playing really loud at home than I have at gigs. Because I almost never wear earplugs at home. Yeah, that'll do it. That will do it. Alright, let's unmute. Now, why? Yeah, our cable's good. Is our jack failing? Something there. Actually, our preamp must be failing completely. Well, That or the jack has gone bad, which is entirely possible. So you're getting a tiny bit through. A tiny bit through, but not enough. Let's do a little surgery just for fun. Turn this down this way here. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not good. Definitely not good. That type of percussive hit can do some real damage if you're not careful. But you know, if you're going to do anything, if you're going to be playing on loud stages, or if you're going to be shooting guns, or you're going to be working around industrial machinery, you need to be wearing hearing protection, and you need to have hearing tests fairly regularly. I actually have one on Monday. I haven't noticed any significant losses, but there's probably some super high stuff that's gone. So that's usually what goes first. Tab. Yeah, this jack is failing. So these old Ibanez use this weird kind of pseudo barrel jack. It's not like a regular stereo jack that you just buy at the store. It's got kind of a barrel shape, and the rings and tabs are all sort of inset inside of that barrel. And they have a really bad problem with those tabs detaching, working loose internally. And this one, you can feel it. It's wiggling loose. You know, it'd be difficult to see, obviously, but this lead right here, not quite free floating, but it's definitely, the actual tab itself is broken loose inside of the barrel jack, which means it's not making full contact. But so I'm going to replace this whole preamp anyway, so oh well. It'll go on the project list with the 50 other projects. This one's pretty easy though. You just buy a preamp and stick it in and it'll be fine. But RIP sound gear for Alec. Stingray's probably best bet otherwise. Stingray or the Godlike? What do you think, Alec? You watching like live action Slenderman streams? We'll go with the Stingray because the signal on the Godlike is so friggin' hot. It'll be hard to control. Like, why? Alright, changing base. Put this guy back in his bag. Stingray case is over yonder. Just set this right in there. fall over. Ah, crap. Let's move stuff. There we go. You know you have too much crap when you have to move like 6 or 7 other instruments just to get to one. Oh, you mean footsteps in the game? Thought you meant like footsteps in the streamer's actual house. Like this streamer you watch has someone that routinely sneaks up on him. Like this guy. Oh, set it here. That's right, I already picked it up. This is maybe my favorite bass. This is an '88 Music Man Stingray that came from a pawn shop in Canton, Georgia, and it has had the living crap played out of it. All that belt rash, nicotine stains, etc. Really needs a plec. Like the frets are getting kind of uneven, the board's getting a little worn in places, all that sort of stuff. But even still, it still plays pretty good. Got some little buzzes and stuff though that a full fret job would help out with. Yeah, if anybody happens to like sneak up on me in the stream, please tell me. All right, cable. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. All right, get that plugged in. Oh yeah, we need to fix these two. The other one is down here. No. What is going on? There's something strange. Something strange going on. Something strange going on. Something weird happening right now. So what you guys are probably hearing, what you guys are hearing is whatever's coming through the DI, right? Because I have the DI running out from the back of the amp into the audio interface. So what I'm doing when I'm plugging the bass in is I'm getting a really, really, really muted, quiet kind of signal. So I tested the end of the cable with my thumb, and that seems to be working fine. So if you're hearing like a that's touching the cable with the end of my thumb. And you're probably hearing that causing like a crackle through the DI. So let's do this. Let's try a completely passive bass. Let's try the faithful old P bass and see if we can determine what on earth this problem is. Yeah, here I'll bring the DI. I'll bring the DI down until we get it working the way that I want. And then we'll bring the DI back up. All right, let's try just a straight up passive precision bass. All right, so no luck there. So let's go to that's seated. That's locked in place. Let's go to a different cable. It'll get untangled. Well, we live. All right. Well, yellow cable is just a crappy cable then. Extra long yellow cable can go die in a fire. All right, so start bringing the DI up. So that looks like that's probably a little hot on pops. actually run the bass. The amp does actually have overdrive in it too, so we could get a little closer to that sound. Let's change though. It makes me curious if the sound gear jack will still work. If it was all just the cable, because I mean that tab was definitely like floating loose in there, which usually means the jack is busted. Oh yeah, let me update the title to mention bass too. Anything guitar and bass. All right, hold on. Let's switch. Let's grab the sound gear real quick, because I'd like to play that one. So that's the first one Alec requested. This is the old P bass with flat wounds. Just put you here for the moment, and put this thing right here. No, it's still dead. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I take the battery back out of this? Do you guys remember? If I took the battery back out, there's the dead battery. Wait. Yeah, that'll do it. This is why they started including a battery door on their modern basses, to save you the hassle of doing this. Actually, in one of my other basses, we just cut a door in the backplate cover, the cavity cover, so I could get the battery in and out quickly without taking it off. Alright. Now watch, going to put the battery back in here, go through all of this, and it's still not going to work. So it goes. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm sure somebody makes them. Somebody makes them now. All the ones now just actually have a little battery case with a pop-up door that's just installed, like, you know, right here, right across the back somewhere. But in 1991, active basses were still not super common. Still sort of high tech. So people hadn't thought of solutions like that just yet. All right. Fingers crossed. Battery's back in. Cable has been changed. let's hit the mute button. Oh yeah, we're alive. We are alive. That EMG sound, very crispy. All right, let's get us a little bit of room reverb. Oh yeah, it's turned the blend up on the amp. So Alec, what song do you want with a pick? Because the song that Grim wants is a slap tune. We'll do it afterwards. But if you want me to play some bass with a pick, is there a specific song you want? While you're thinking, I'm going to go turn the effects mix up a little. That much reverb. Very, very glassy tone, the ebony board, the super hardwood body with the EMGs. That's both pickups. Go to our neck pickup. My nails are a little bit too long. You hear them kind of clicking on the string from playing classical. Then our bridge pickup. Which actually, I think the foam, so for the most part, on these direct mount pickups like this on basses, they will have a little piece of foam underneath them that the screws are set into, and that foam actually compresses as you tighten the screws up rather than being mounted to springs on a pick guard. There's a little tiny spider floating down in front of me. What you doing? Let's go over here. There we go. But over time, that foam compresses and kind of dries out and gets stuck and squished down. And this bridge pickup, it's clearly been overly compressed. So I'm going to have to get some new foam to replace it to get this bridge pickup up a little bit higher. It's a little too low. EMGs like to be very, very close to the strings as well, since they have almost no magnetic pull compared to a traditional passive pickup. You know, they're actually using a small buffer to bring the signal up. They themselves have very, very, very weak magnets. So do you actually want me to do roundabout? I'll do roundabout. least the intro. I'm not gonna do the whole song. The E's pretty good. A is a hair flat. So roundabout. Where's the lands on C? That's actually the guitar part. Yeah, pick with 2 C's. Give it the pick. Now we definitely need some reverb for that. Alright. Lord. My God. What have I done? Alright, let's go pull up Roundabout, then we'll update our title too. Hopefully Roundabout is not one of those tunes that gets you like insta-banned. Bass with a glitch pedal. Turning into Ride over there. Let's see. All right, hold on. Well, let's do this first. Then we'll we got a slap tune. We got a level 42 tune from Grim, and then we've got what do we got? We've got something from Ride in the Discord, and then we can just add more pedals as we go along. Okay, so I got to swell up the low. All right. Oh wait, title. Now let's take anime out of our tags too. We don't need an anime tag. Let's see. Any better tags for us? Just put rock music. That'll be fine. All right. So we're going to start off, we're going to swell up a big E. Now a little more slowly than that. Right, then we're going to hit the E minor harmonics here. Anime Israel? Anime is Israel? Alright, then let's get that phrase right. We're just going to transpose this acoustic guitar part as best we can. Bing. Alright, so I think I like the neck pickup best for it. So in this case, we're using the E minor scale. Right, I'm starting on the B up here on the 16th fret. We do it all on one string. Ba-da-la-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-ba-la. The best fingering for this. Da-da-da-da-dum. So then the same as the first again. Yo, who's that? Who's that in chat? Who is that in chat, yo? Yes, this stream is in fact a JoJo reference. I mean, it kind of always is, but you know. Got that swell again. Yeah, I guess technically. Right. So now the question becomes, can we get the kind of little contrapuntal bit going on here? Yeah, Rusty. We up in here with Rusty, that Rusty boy. He's been quiet lately. Don't like it. Gotta have him making more noise. Alright, so it sounds like we have so we're over a D. Then we dropping down to C. All your channels are how? What have you been up to? What have you been doing, man? Is there something we need to know about you? Where is that popping coming from? Ooh, that's pretty close. That's weird. Really, really weird. They banned channels for talking about a show? I mean, that's like a Netflix show, right? I mean, I can understand certain types of content that certain people might make about that being banned. No. So da 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 da. All right, so in our sort of little contrapuntal section here, our higher section, we have this sort of pattern going. Right, and then our bass we have da 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 da. So if we want to put those together, gotta find the right fingering for it though. So we can play. Kind of move down these bar chord shapes. It looks like that's probably be the best way to approach that. So we'll have what? We'll have major, major, minor, minor, major. This is technically diminished, but we're not playing the fifth, so it doesn't matter. Then move into our main riff from there. I'll dial up the pre-delay on the reverb a little bit. Yeah, you got to figure something out, because that seems extremely strange. But you were having strange problems with seaming bands and whatnot beforehand as well. So I don't know, man. They got a file on you. Right, need a tiny little rest in there. There's like a little 16th note rest in there. Do. Alright, so we gotta figure out that little fill. Smurfco, what is up? How are you, man? It's not the exact fill. It's not perfectly right. Hold on. Hey, keep watch. Do you know who Smurfco is? I don't know if you ever knew his old screen name. Ba ba da 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 dum. Are you using your TV remote to try to type? Man. So that's just like a pentatonic type lick. Yeah, definitely going back to the middle. I don't like the bridge pickup by itself. Picks 2. Let's go to something a little more compact. That lick would be a lot easier to finger as well on a Chris Squire Rickenbacker, which is, a short scale. On the Apple TV, I bet he actually probably plays it here too. Right, then the second fill is slightly different. Sounds like it goes back up at the end of it. Now, there's not that little, there's a little bit of. So, swell in on the E, get our harmonics. We're all still in the E minor scale here. Then we get our descent over D, C, then B minor, A minor, G, F sharp minor 7 flat 5, and that puts us into the main riff. Right, and so this is all basically just the E minor scale still. E, F sharp, G, then we're going to hammer on A, B, D, E. And so you could do that down here with the open strings. Right, or you could play the A, B, D, E up here, 5, 7. Right. If you do that, that puts you a little bit farther up the neck. It's going to make it a little easier to get into the little fill here, which is just the E minor pentatonic. Sort of doing these little 3-note groupings. So you're going to try streaming later tonight, Smurfco? I used to be in a band with Smurfco many years ago. And I told him he should give streaming a try. I think probably the only recordings that actually have both of us on them were after the band broke up, and we recorded a couple tracks of his songs for, I guess, what was then a solo project, something like that. I'll let Smurfco post it if he wants to. All right, so that gets us through. That's going to get us up to that sort of little pre-chorus. Right, so we're going to land on A and we're going to walk up A minor. But the band that I joined was called Used for Comparison. Kind of like I guess at the time would have been like an indie pop rock type band, that kind of stuff. Some really fun songs. Then, what did we do? I think we did two. We did two songs for that project at the Art Institute. I might have them on an old computer. I might have them on an old hard drive over here. Pretty sure I've got the Used for Comparison albums around here somewhere too on CD. All right, so it sounds like we're just walking straight up A minor. Nope, not quite. Does something very slightly different at the end of the run. Oh, with the bird index. That'd be interesting to hear how or if they've changed over the years. Because what was it? It was Dumb Luck and not Interlocutor. That was a different one. Idiot. Idiot? Was that the name of it? So it sounds like we start walking up A minor. But when we get to the E, we come back down. Do, 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 ba, da, da, do. Yep, Dumb Luck and Idiot. Wonder how much of them I can remember. I got the strangest feeling Wednesday afternoon. Somebody watching me like I was a cartoon. Something to that effect. Remember, we had kind of a country-ish feel on that one. And the other one was more sort of dramatic. I remember the melody of that. Close. I think it was in D. We did it in D minor, right? Bam. Something like that. Haven't played. What? God, what year was that? Like 10 years ago, maybe. No, can't sing it. Yeah, it's been a while, man. It's been a while since we did that. All right, so we're coming out of this little A minor walk up. We winding up on that F? We've got this kind of suspended, like this sort of. Where it's sort of hanging or suspending a chord over a different bass note than you would expect. So really the bass, the chords will sort of trip you up. The bass is actually not doing anything crazy. But the reharmonization of the chords on top tends to make your ear think that you're going to be doing more than is actually there. So. Right, then we're back to main riff. Right, so that one just lingers. That one just lets a B ring out. So we run through it like. Right, so that time when that second G rings out, now it sounds like we go up to E probably. Yep, so we go up to E, then D, C, B, C, D. So call it da 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 da. Right, and that's going to act as sort of the modulation. It's going to change our key. And shift from this more minor sound to a major sound. Right, so we're shifting from the E minor to the relative major. So we're going to be coming out of. Right. Instead of dropping back into that E now, boom, boom, landing on that G. And it sounds like we just have a couple little punctuations at first. Yeah, just a little boom, boom. Right, then we start to come in. Boom, 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 boom. Sounds like we're going to get a G Mixolydian sound. We're going to drop down from G to F. Bob, bob, bob. All right, so da da. When we come in, we're going to hit these da 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 da. Sounds like we're going to go all the way down to E and then walk up E F G. Bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Back up. Ba da da da. So ba da 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 bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum. He starts to sort of really work in that F E G. We actually need a little bit of drive on this. If I can dial in a tiny bit at the amp here. Give me just a sec. clip the tweeters really hard. Tweeters don't like distortion very much. Sloth Shawnee, how are you? But we just still need a little bit of growl. Sure thing, dude. I'll talk to you on Facebook, I'm sure. But thanks for stopping in, and be sure to let me know if you decide you want to stream, because we definitely want to raid you. Hey Kaz, what's up? Yeah, Shawnee, we're working on one right now. We're working on Roundabout at the moment, but once we get done with that, if you got one, feel free to let me know. We probably won't do all of Roundabout either, because it's like 9 minutes long. But I want to at least get through. I at least want to get through the chorus and stuff here. Oh yeah, Discord is the best place to make requests too, because that way I can sort of keep track of everything, and they don't get lost in chat. If you use Discord, you are welcome to join. We have a great little guitar and music community. Not quite. There we go. Yeah, that'll be a fun one. Need a little bit more overdrive for that. Alright, so let's see, where are we at? We are getting into this bridge section. So is it the third hit? See you. Yeah, it's a pretty sick riff. We might even have to break out a fuzz pedal to do that. My tweeters are gonna be so mad. Actually, I probably got the perfect fuzz pedal for it too. All right, so let's see. Absolutely. You know, the fuzz that he used, at least apocryphally, was, you know, some fuzz that he or his tech built into his guitar. But I'm not so sure it wasn't, you know, a fuzz tone, a Maestro fuzz tone or something to that effect. My recommendation would be the Midfi Electronics Psych Bike. We can actually get that out in a little bit too. We'll do Hysteria for Shawnee after I get done. We'll do a couple more minutes of this, but and then we'll do Hysteria, and then if you want, we can switch to guitar, and I can break out, you know, the fuzz pedals and show you some stuff, because I actually have a couple that do that sound very, very, very well. But the Psych Bike from Midfi Electronics is pretty much designed for that type of sound, and it gets really, really, really close. And we'll break out a telly too. All right, so let's see where we're at. So he starts to play these little variations of this F, E, F, G. Cliffs of Dover. We haven't had Dan. You guys have been slacking on the Cliffs of Dover requests. Haven't had that one in a couple months now. As opposed to 8 times a stream. All right, so let's get through this chorus, and then we'll. So it makes its way down to a big open E. Yeah, then we're back into the main riff after that. So. Welcome back. Yeah, the phone app works pretty well. I usually watch in a browser. If I'm watching somebody, I'm watching in a browser on my computer. But the phone app actually does work really well. If I play Cliffs of Dover, will I switch guitars a couple times mid-song? Well, if I had a roadie, should make that a donation goal. To hire a roadie to stand here and hand me guitars so I don't have to go get up and dig through cases. Alright, so let's listen to this. I think we do the same thing. We pretty much repeat the same thing over again. In which case we'll wrap this one up. So that pretty much, that's just making like our synth is, and our bass is just hitting these little single notes as we come down. You don't have to actually play that. The actual bass is just dun 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 da 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 da. But you know, we like to get nerdy and transpose as many of the parts as we can. So, but there's like another 6 minutes of that tune. So I think we'll wrap roundabout up for now. We've got the sort of famous parts, including the guitar intro down, and we'll switch over and we'll do Hysteria, and we'll break a fuzz pedal out for Hysteria. Let's see. Let me go pull it up and listen to the tone real quick. I wonder if there's an isolated bass version too, so you can hear it a little more clearly. Yeah, of course, bass only. It actually comes in on the D. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. It's a little chromatic. All right. So we need something pretty hairy for that. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Slot Shawnee requested Hysteria for Muse, so we're gonna do that. We'll find we need a kind of like buzzy synthy fuzz. I was thinking the small sound buzz would work well for it, but I think that's gonna have a little too much a little too much octave. I don't know. It might work in the scoop mode. We'll try it. We'll try it. All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna grab a pedal, a fuzz pedal for us. I wonder if I should change basses too. I don't know. Where are you? You're in this cabinet. All right, so we're gonna give this one a try. This is a really heavily modified Super Fuzz circuit. Oh, we need to mute the amp. Oh, I need to look at the back of that amp and see if I can use a foot switch to mute it. Oh dear. All right, so let's see. We'll plug this one in here. Get some power. Yeah, the camera has been being really goofy. Yeah, see, look, it's doing it right now. I don't know if the Windows update changed it and set it to some kind of like auto white balancing something, but depending on how I move and how close I get to the camera, it just turns me yellow. Like I've got jaundice, like my whole world has jaundice. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. What are you doing? And so I tried to get into the webcam settings to see if it's the default webcam. It's pretty crap. But to see if there was like an auto white balance thing, but I can't find it if there is one. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it? And then if I move at the, yeah, look, so now I'm normal again. Now I'm white and pasty the way that I'm supposed to be. Because I don't go outside. All right, we'll plug that in there. We got power. Yeah, we got power. I tried holding a sheet of paper up to it when I powered the webcam on to see if I could force it to white balance, to something reasonable, but it worked for about 2 minutes and then just slowly started. Actually tried putting like a light hitting the webcam. I mean, I'm in the process, like I was waiting for Black Friday to buy an actual legit camera, but none of the ones I was looking at went on sale, so I'm probably just gonna have to bite the bullet and pay full price for them, which is really annoying. But, soon enough, very soon, we'll have a real camera where I can actually, adjust things properly and be less grainy. Still doing lessons? Yeah, I still do lessons via Zoom and Discord. Still have a few students a week. Well, I'm going to buy a real, like a mirrorless or DSLR for our main camera. So we have like a really properly nice main camera, and then buy a secondary, a webcam to use for like pedal cam or close-up cam, something like that. All right, bass. Let's change. Let's use the Stingray for this too. The only mirrorless and stuff that went on sale were really, really low end ones and really, really, really high end ones, like $3,000 ones. The one I'm looking at, the price range I was looking at was like the grand, around a grand area, and just hoping that might be $100 off or something, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. All right, let's go unmute the amp. Turn the drive circuit off, turn the reverb off. Got Stingray clack. Butt cam. Now butt cam is for the OnlyFans. Yeah, the main one that I was hoping for is was the Sony A6400, because it can do 1080/60. It can also do 4K if need be. Obviously, I'm not going to stream in 4K, but I would like to maybe do some YouTube content in that. But it can also, it can also take pretty good stills, and has a good lens mount system. Because I do need something that can take very high quality stills for like cataloging the guitar collection. That's something that I'm actually going to do on stream once we have the camera, is catalog my entire guitar and bass collection. So I think that'll be really fun to do on stream, to play all these different instruments and talk about all their different stuff, and would make, good VODs later too. Plus I need to do it for insurance purposes. Alright, so you got the Canon 200M. I'll look it up. I'll check it out. See what its deal is. I know a lot of the higher end Canons have, like, you have to use external software to be able to stream with them. I don't know about some of the other models, but like the mirrorlesses and stuff have some issues. Yeah, the 6400, like the 6 series, don't seem to have heat problems as long as you're streaming. I know some of the Fujis do. Yeah, it comes with the program for streaming. Alright, let's start dialing in our fuzz. Alright, we probably want to be in... let's see, we want to be in scoop mode. Yeah, that's actually not far off. This is in germanium mode too. If we change to silicon mode, then we get slammed. Yeah, I'll probably get I'll probably just get the Cam Link. That seems to be sort of the way to go. This fuzz pedal has the ability to starve the transistors as well, which can get you some really weird results. You can get all kinds of weird oscillations and feedbacks and Velcro noises. That's what that scratchy noise is, though. When you adjust the bias of the transistors on pretty much any pedal, you're going to hear that scratch from the DC across the, changing across the components. What's going on? Something, do I need to check it now? What? I can't even tell what that is. Anyways. High end through. That's pretty synthy. Alright, so let's listen. Let's go give it a listen. All right. Oh yeah, we need to update our title too. Yeah, we're literally dialing in a Muse sound. All right, this was Slot Shawnee's request. Oh, oh, there's the follow. Thank you for following too, by the way. Welcome to our little community. So we're repeating this. We're repeating this quite a lot, actually. Do you know if he... Yeah, hiccup. Do you know if he's playing fingerstyle or pick style? Sounds like it's probably pick style. There's a little bit of a hit there. All right, let's back up to the beginning. Finger style. He's hitting pretty hard if he's playing that finger style. Maybe like all rest strokes. Ba-da-da-dum. Boom. So. Da 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 dum. So we're starting on the minor seventh of each one. Da 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 dum. Da 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 da. So to get that seamless, try to get that sort of fluidly connected. Close. So gotta get that little walk down a little more. Da 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 da. Not enough what? Let's change the clipping to silicon too. That way, it's not quite as compressed, as the germanium sound. This fuzz has the ability to switch between germanium and silicon transistors. The germanium gets really kind of soft and squishy. The silicon keeps a little more growl intact. Yeah, there we go. Get a little more synthy. Dial in a little more gain now. That's the perfect song for fuzz. It just sounds like it's going to explode. I don't know what key it's actually in, but it's a pretty straightforward kind of minor progression. To get kind of a Latin feel. Nat, major third. Alright, so let's see what comes next. Do I now do some Primus? I don't think anybody's ever requested Primus before. Alright, so we do this riff for a while. Alright. Alright, so we get something slightly different at the end here. It's got a little tritone. Do-do-do-da-dum. Da-da-da-da. So it sounds like we're coming down chromatically from the fifth. So get the timing right. Butthole Surfers next week. Dude, one of our regulars in here, Ride, is going to be your best friend if you start requesting stuff like that. Flight of the Bumblebee on fuzzy bass. It's going to be way, way, way too loose. There's no articulation. Need to do that on like the 7-string bass or something too. All right, so let's see. We should be hitting our chorus. So we're coming out of Yes, Mirko, dude. Thank you so much for coming in and for hanging out and chatting with us. You have to join us. I'll be back. I'll be streaming again probably Monday night. I think we'll be doing either a music theory lesson or our Mellow Monday, doing like chill folk and jazz music and stuff like that. One or the other. But so glad to see you again, man, and to talk to you again. Like I said, you definitely need to start streaming yourself, because I think you've got some cool stuff you do that would make for really fun streams. G, D, yeah, A, C, G, D, E. All right, so we're back into the E lick coming out of the chorus there. Oh, I don't think I know Awakening, at least not by name. All right, so we're coming out of the... So we're actually making our way down chromatically into the C. E, E flat, D, D flat, C. Right, and we have this... D, A, C, G, D. Then the second time where we go into the E lick from the verse. Then we're back into the main riff again. So... back into that, and I think we have another verse chorus. So we do that again for a while. Back into our chorus. C, G, D. Try to treble down a little. Right. So that time, the second chorus, we land back on A. So it sounds like we're hitting the harmonic there. So we hit the A, and we pluck the muted harmonic at the 5th fret. So. So then basically we're mirroring the D string riff on the E string. Right, then the original E string riff. So last one, then back into the A. Oh yeah, no, dude, that's absolutely how you know, we learn sort of rhythmic patterns and ideas, right, and phrases. You know, da do da 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 do do da do da 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 da. You know, we learn them in this sort of spoken language, so to speak. You know, if you wind up being, you know, something like a vocal major, then you wind up learning solfege and sight singing as well, singing in do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, etc., and all of its variations. Or if you study Indian drumming and Indian percussion, all of the phrases are taught with vocalizations in that way too. Right, when you're learning the patterns on tablas. It's just it's like a supernatural thing. Not supernatural, supernatural thing. Right, so it sounds like we come out of this back into the main riff, so. Whoop, we're gonna try one. No, that was bebop, not doo-wop. Wow, this is a lot slower than I was just playing it. Alright, so main riff again. Right, then we have that same connector back into the chorus. All right, and let's see which ending it does for the chorus this time. See, I'm breaking out before I lose control. So just A again. So we're just actually repeating the whole chorus again. We're not even tagging the second run through. Right, then we got that descending line again on the E. Right, then we just wind up landing on a big E and letting it ring out. So You have to articulate all of those too. Da-da-da-dum. Fortunately, it's not quite as fast as my brain wants to think it is. That's such a cool riff, though. Such a cool song. Such a cool song. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Let's get a little more treble. All right, so let's see. What's next? What's next? Oh yeah, we had one. We had where was the one from Grim? Grim had a request from like last week for level 42, which we probably need to do before we get into fuzz playing. Because once we start playing with the fuzz pedals, man, we could go forever. Though it's level 42, so it might be ridiculously hard to play. Taking forever to load. Video unavailable. Not available in my country. Alright. I have to look up another version. Yeah, the next thing we're going to do once we get done with bass is we're going to break out some fuzz pedals for Casmul. Because he asked if I knew of any fuzz pedals that would do a Spirit in the Sky type sound. And so I thought I'd break out a few different ones. And we play with fuzz pedals for a little bit. Oh yeah, that's right. Keep wants a glitch pedal too at some point. Well, you know, glitch pedals and fuzz pedals go very well together, depending on your perspective. I mean, the glitchiest glitch pedal that I have is the Possessed, which is basically maximum glitch. Guaranteed to drive away all of your viewers in 3 minutes or less. But we'll do, well, Grim, if you don't mind, I'll have to track down the level 42 song, and maybe next Friday we'll do a Friday Night Funk stream and just do an all bass stream. But we've been doing bass for like for 2.5. Well, more like 2 hours because the first 30 minutes was messing around. But I think we should change it up to guitar. All right, so let's do that. Let's switch up. Let's switch up to guitar, and let's use a different amp than we normally use. Because normally we use like the Rock Mod preamp and Fryette power amp, and that gives us a pretty 80s kind of sound. Let's go for something different. Should we do? We can do the car. We can do the Rambler, which is just a gorgeous vintage sounding amp. Um, I could go dig something different out of the amp rack, but that's a lot of work. I have the Bella back there. Now the Goodsell. I can't get to the Goodsell. I think it's underneath a bunch of guitar cases. But yeah, we'll just do the Rambler because it's out. It's easy to access, and it takes pedals very well. Turn bass amp off. Where did I put the case for this? Oh man, we just leave it out. Go put this one up though. Get them out of the way. We'll plug up our amp. Let's see. Something else we need to do so we don't blow you guys away. Just turn that down because we're going to have to reconnect to the DI cable. We can unplug that. We can use this fuzz, so we might as well leave it plugged up. Power cable. Holy moly. Cable management is the problem. It is the struggle. All right, let's see. Let's move those two out of the way, and we'll use. I'll break out the telly that Grim likes. That'll be a good guitar for this anyway. Where's it at? Over there. Fuzz pedals. I'll check these two guys. And no, not you. Not you. glitch pedal. Glitch pedal. Where the heck is it? There we go. All right. Time to fuzz things up. All right, so the ones we're going to run, there we go, turning yellow again. Leaned into type, turned yellow. The ones we're going to test are the Mid-Fi Electronics Psych Bike. Another Mid-Fi Electronics called the Peace Gun, which is probably going to be too aggressive, I think, but we'll try just in case. The Small Sound, Big Sound Buzz is already hooked up, which is, as I said, a modified super fuzz. The Howeffects Roar, which I'm actually not sure what circuit this is based on, but it should provide some interesting sounds. It's a pretty different pedal. They only made, I think, 100 of them. This is number 7 out of 100. But you can find them fairly regularly, like a few times a year, fairly cheaply. And then, to make Keep Watch happy, we'll throw the MASF Possessed glitch pedal in the chain, and then everyone will leave. And we'll be using my Melanson custom telly. Because it takes fuzz pedals quite well and just generally sounds really good. Okay, so first in line, I want the glitch pedal last in line. Let's get you powered up. And then we'll do you first because you're really picky about other pedals. And then we'll do you second, you third, you fourth. There we go. Yeah, let's update the Guitar Command too while we're at it. Alright, Guitar Command is up to date. Let's get some patch cables. Start stringing all these suckers together. Turn our volume controls down on all of them too. For safety's sake. Alright, that's all patched up. Now we've got to hook, make sure everybody works. Yeah. Uh-oh. That foot switch sounds like it's breaking. Hear that extra little crunch in there? Alright, then we've got to mic the amp. Let's get this over here. disconnect the DI. Get it plugged back into the mic. All right. Guitar, strap. Bringing the lights closer really makes the flame pop out on this one, man. All right, standby, amps on standby. A little bit too much reverb, I think. Start bringing the DI up, or the mic up. Glitch pedal, you say? Sparkly. Okay, so the pedal that I think probably does the Spirit in the Sky type sound the best is the Mid-Fi Psych Bike, because it was really kind of expressly designed with that kind of vibe in mind. So pretty close. Pretty close. And I think one of the real keys to that is having a pedal that has a little bit of octave in the circuit, but not a ton, not like a full-blown Octavia type circuit. But that octave gives it like this little bit of crumbliness. An almost horn-like character. That's actually with the fuzz pretty much all the way down on it too. tone control will give you a really strong sweep, like from all the way down, which is really muffled. Really bright and crispy. Get kind of excite bike like Nintendo type tones too. Hence the name of the pedal, the Psych Bike. Hear really strange things happening in the transistors too across the duration of the note as the note rings out. This weird kind of instability. Alright, so then let's try the Roar, the HAO or HAO Musical Instrument Tech Roar, which is a Japanese pedal company. At lower gains, it's more just kind of like oh, I bet it's still got a battery in it. There's just a tiny bit of signal. Sounds like it's getting through. Some pedals, if you leave a battery in them, they misbehave. Alright, so let's do this real quick. Let's use this effectively as a bypass looper. Unplug this. And let's see if you have a 9 volts. These pedals are super cool, though they make a wide variety. They're mostly known for kind of amp in a box type pedals. Like they make one called the Rust Driver, which is sort of like a metal panel Marshall sound. Your sort of AC/DC mid-70s classic rock tones. One called the Soul Pressure, which is based on a Tweed Bassman. So these really chewy, fat kind of Neil Young early rock and roll sounds. The Rumble Mod, which is another one that I use, which is a Dumble type sound. The Rust Booster, which is meant to sound like a Blackface Twin preamp. But then they made a couple oddballs like this one, which is a fuzz circuit. No, you don't have a battery in them. Why are you misbehaving then? But it's been gooped. It's been epoxied. So you can't go in there and copy whatever their circuit is. Or in some cases, to make it harder to find out what circuit they've copied. But this doesn't really sound like much of anything else. If it's based on another circuit, it's pretty heavily modified. But for whatever reason, it's not behaving. So we'll take it out. It's more kind of synthy and extreme though than the other fuzzes. Well, not necessarily more extreme, but definitely more synthy than the other fuzzes here. It can. It depends on the type of epoxy. I would suspect that it's probably the pot, one of the pots that's gone bad, because someone, one day I came home and someone had dropped it. You can see like the top of this knob is broken off and exposed the screw underneath, at or the top of the potentiometer underneath. And so it may well be that pot has just failed. I haven't played this in probably about a year. So it's so kind of distinctive sounding, like I only get it out if I really need its sound. Let's try it again though and just see. So we've got the right power. Now there it goes. Must have just needed to wiggle something in there. So at lower gains, this is very, very hairy, crumbly, almost papery sound. And in the last sort of quarter of the gain knob, it starts to get pretty extreme. It's extremely noisy. That's the gain maxed all the way out. It usually picks up radio stations too. And has really odd behavior. So if I turn the guitar volume all the way down, we start to hear all the interference it picks up. I turn the guitar volume up a little bit, and it cuts the interference out. But you can sort of hear why it's called the roar when we get the gain maxed all the way out, and we just... I mean, it gets like sludgy in a really cool way. A really cool way. Let me update, I forgot. You can really hear, like, so this is at about 3 o'clock on the gain knob. Right? As I start to roll past that, you really hear. You hear the roar come out. cool pedal. Alright, so let's do the Peace Gun next. The Peace Gun is another fuzz by Mid-Fi Electronics. And it's kind of curious in that it's essentially kind of like an upper octave sort of fuzz, but it has the ability to peak particular frequency ranges. So you can set, not exactly in the same way as like a full-blown parametric EQ, but kind of similar to how a parametric EQ would use. You can sort of sweep in particular, pick a particular band across the range of the frequency potentiometer, and then you can kind of really make it punch through and fuzz out extra hard. So you can get some pretty wild sounds with it. Hear all that upper octave. An octave fuzz will have this kind of crumbly sound when you play chord tones. And if we come way up high, we hear that upper octave come out. Yeah, so a parametric EQ, depending on if it's fully parametric or semi-parametric, semi-parametric will have a frequency knob and then usually a resonance or gain knob. It'll be called something like that, or an amount maybe. Depends on the individual implementation. But you choose your frequency range, you dial in the frequency range, and then the gain knob will choose how much that is boost or cut. So you can get some really, really extreme sounds that a shelving EQ won't do. So like a typical EQ is what's called a shelving EQ, and essentially they're set at specific frequency ranges, and they cut or boost, depending on if they're active or passive, anything kind of underneath that. So it's like it sets a shelf, and then everything, if you turn it down, everything under that shelf gets shunted to ground and cut off. So it creates the kind of stair-step effect depending on the frequency range is chosen for the EQ controls. So, if you'll have, okay, here's your bass control at 60 hertz or something like that. You turn it down, you've shelved off, you've cut off everything under 60 hertz. Your mid-range control up at, 120, 240, depends on the amp, and depends on the design, and then your treble control higher than that. And each one of those kind of progressively shunt off different frequencies underneath that to create your sound. A parametric EQ will let you pick a specific frequency, to boost or cut, and then if it's fully parametric, it'll have a control called a Q control, which essentially controls kind of how wide the band that's being cut is. So let's say you want to cut at 200 hertz or something like that. The Q control will say, okay, we're going to cut just that particular slice out, in which case it becomes something called a notch filter, more or less. We're going to cut that very specific band out, which is useful in some contexts, like in live sound, for eliminating frequencies that are causing feedback in particular, or weird resonances, or particular harshness in some cases. Or you can widen that Q, and you can make that peak more kind of steep or broad, and you can control and sort of like softly or sharply cut the areas around it using that Q control as well. So it can make it sound more natural, or it can make it sound more extreme. All depends again on the implementation, but a fully parametric EQ will have those three controls: a frequency, which might be called bandwidth, something like that, a gain or resonance control, or a mount control, which usually can boost or cut because parametric EQs are oftentimes active in the way that they're implemented, and then that Q control, which is adjusting kind of like the sort of specific width and sharpness of the way in which that's being boost or cut. But that's kind of what this has got going on here. So you kind of hear as I turn the frequency control up, I have the resonance all the way down. You can hear that sort of sweeping effect. Bring the resonance up. We get an almost vocal kind of quality as we sweep that frequency. So you can make really particular bands stand out and cut. This also has a passive tone control, which is, you know, just a standard low pass filter. So if it's too harsh, I can just kind of start rolling the edge off. It's because it's this really pillowy sound if we turn it all the way down. But it's very good for getting these really sort of abrasive and honking and vocal mid-range type tones. Very brassy again, sort of. That little bit of octave popping out on top. Oh man, that's grindy. So I brought the frequency down so we're more kind of in like the mid-range area. Oh man, that's chewy. That's a teeth hurt. That's why we need the teeth hurt emoji that you talked about. A lot of intermodulation too, which is the sound kind of all of the overtones being generated by the fuzz clashing with each other, creating a really complex sort of sound when we play these chords. You can hear that very vocal quality though. That's what we need. See if you can come up with something for a teeth hurt emoji. So if I bring the resonance down with that, it's much softer. Oh man. That's Rusty Cage from Soundgarden is in drop B tuning. Everything else is in standard, but the low string is tuned all the way down to B. But it's got that very textural intermodulation-y, grindy kind of quality. So this the frequency now is actually higher than the guitar speaker can really reproduce, and higher than the fundamental frequencies that we're playing on the low strings. So it tends to sort of suck all the energy out of the low strings. But when we play the high frequencies, they come through very clearly. There's really weird stuff that you can do with parametric EQs. So as I turn that down, that low string, the low notes are going to get thicker and thicker and thicker. I mean, we're pretty much in full-on Doom territory with this. But it's, man, it's just sizzling, absolutely sizzling. Compared to or the Psych Bike, it turned into instantly old video game synthesizer fuzz, pretty much. Alright, so actually the first one we were playing, the Psych Bike, is probably the best out of all of these for that Spirit in the Sky type sound. But now that I'm in drop B tuning, let's go for some Doom tones. Not Doom the game, Doom the genre. Alright, the buzz here is probably our boy for that one. Right, and so this has a bunch of different modes. Right now this is in scoop mode. It's basically a super fuzz with a lot more gain at a lot more low end. And again, the ability to starve the transistor. Right, so we're in silicon mode, we're in high gain mode, because it does have low gain mode as well. Right, then we can start starving that transistor, that's going to start giving us more Velcro kind of tones. Go back to high gain. Which with the transistor this star basically just makes it a little, well, buzzier. As we start to bring some voltage back. So then we can switch the octave in to the circuit, the upper octave. Which starts to give us a really extreme. I mean, now our guitar is basically just a chainsaw. Or we can switch, so this is a scoop, which is kind of the default super fuzz sound. We can switch to a sound that's more flat. It's going to bring us a lot more mids and kind of rein in our low end a bit. We can dial our octave into that on top of that sound. Go to low gain. Which in low gain in particular, without the octave, I like this sound a lot. It's just kind of an overdrive. Bring the tone up to get a little more high-end bite to it. This has a really nice character to it. You can't palm mute with it though. This circuit does not like the palm muting. At least if you want it to be tight, it becomes really sludgy. So we go back to compare a scoop sound. We hear that high end, low end gets kicked way up, mids get completely destroyed. Right, and so that's all in silicon. That's using the silicon transistors. There's also a germanium setting. The germanium gets a lot more compressed, cuts our volume quite a bit. But adds a good bit more texture to the fuzz. So that's probably where we would want to look for something like our Spirit in the Sky type sound. We'll dial our octave in. Dial our treble down a hair. Treble out of there. The low end is just kind of inherently a lot bigger. If we go to flat, we don't quite get the brightness we want. Really, really rich. Let's go to germanium high gain. Man, that is a lot of gain. Into Boris over here. Glitching. course, Keep has probably gone to bed now, and he's missed the glitch. Yeah, some of these lead lines with all this fuzz are very, very Hendrixy. But maybe not so much with the glitch pedal. Set the buffer really long. Hendrix with a broken Discman. You set it. You can also set it to basically full wet, so we don't hear the original guitar. We start decreasing the randomness. That's with the randomness maxed. Essentially, it's taking the these cycles of samples, right? So this pedal is essentially sampling or creating a buffer of inputs, whatever I play into it for X period of time, a fraction of a second, and then playing it back in little bursts, like little chopped up bursts. But then you can modulate that with a random LFO. So if I make the LFO non-random, you'll hear the fragments of that buffer being played back kind of cyclically. Especially if I slow it down. Right? Right, this is the maximum buffer length. If I set the buffer really short, you only get tiny little clips of that because it's not recording the entire phrase that I'm playing. It's only recording a fragment of the phrase. So, if I set the mix back to dry, this is what I'm playing. Right, this little minor scale lick. With the buffer set very short, though, it's only recording a tiny chunk of that and playing it back. And I'm going to set it back to full wet so you just hear the effect. If I slow the playback of the LFO way down, you hear more of it because there's a wider spacing between the little playback chunks. It's almost like a playback head that's skipping. right? If I set the LFO really fast, you're going to hear very little. Yeah, and then it becomes like legit arcade, like full-blown mega glitchy sounds, right? Then as I start introducing randomness into that playback, it's going to start playing them back kind of in different orders, which will be more noticeable at slower LFO speeds. But so you don't really hear the scale phrases at all. You hear those parts sort of transposed into different sequences. Right, if I make it fully random, right, and I'm going to lengthen the buffer. What I'm really playing. What we get. Maximum buffer length. Maximum LFO speed. I was thinking more like that time that a fax machine genocided a whole room full of SNESs. Just completely destroying the gorgeous sound of this telly. Dude, it's nowhere close to time for me to go to bed. can actually use, hold on. So let's dial this to flat. Bring the gain down and use this for just like a little light. Switch back to silicon. Now we don't want the octagon. Germanium thins it out a little bit too much. pickup sound is really nice. Really dynamic to be as high gain as these fuzzes are. They do a pretty amazing job cleaning up just from pick attack. That's not even adjusting the guitar volume. That's just... But just like a 10-minute drop B stoner jam. Not even stone, man. Makes me sad. Really vocal sound with that bridge pickup. The neck pickup, though, that to me, this neck pickup with this fuzz is totally where it's at. Like that. Oh man, that's just... Man, it's a really, 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 really nice sound. I mean, you don't even need a bass line because if you're in drop B too. All you gotta do is tune low enough. Now it needs drums though. It definitely needs drums. these oblique bends. Holy moly, we're coming up on 4 hours. Well, let's see. Let's go check the Discord real quick. So we had one. Oh, we had a Meat Puppets from Ride. Then a bass one, but we switched off bass. I don't want to switch back. We'll do more bass stuff next Friday. Let's check out this Meat Puppets. Sounds like it's a half step down. You still out there, Ride? Like the big taiko drums or whatever they're called. Yeah, it's got to be some record company distribution nonsense. Hold on a second. Let's take some of these pedals out of the loop here. We've got a few too many pedals. in the circuit that we don't even need at this point. We'll just go straight into this guy. There we go. All right, let's listen to what we got here. Almost wonder if it's capoed. Like if we're half step down, but capoed it too. That's definitely sliding though. You can hear it actually. That'd be a more typical Meat Puppets riff anyway. So one guitar is playing just sort of a... The other guitar is playing these kind of like higher voicings, these inversions. See if we can work out exactly what they are. Boom. Something to that effect. No problem, Keep. Thanks for hanging out. We'll probably wrap it up in a few minutes anyway, because we just hit 4 hours. So that's plenty of time. Well, I mean that the sounds, the the sound in a lot of cases, especially if you're talking about that really kind of modulated sort of sound, is less the microphone and more effects they were placing on the voice. I would look up what type of condenser mics they were using back then. Obviously, you're going to find the Neumanns and stuff like that are astronomically expensive. But probably any kind of vintage voiced condenser mic plus a tube preamp of some type is going to get you in that territory as far as timbre goes, like the quality of the sound. But a lot of the other stuff you're hearing in a lot of the old prog things are actual effects placed on the voice, like rotary sounds and delay and all that kind of stuff. Which, unless you want to invest a bunch in outboard gear, you really probably would be better off doing with plugins these days. Oh 07 Merc. Drifted a little too flat. Yeah, just started a couple minutes ago. It'll probably be the last thing for the evening. I mean, it's got kind of echoes of that. It's not really sort of traditional. Come on, stay tuned. You're not in the way of like a Roy Nichols or you know, Jerry Reed or Jerry Donahue or Scotty Anderson, but it's kind of like creating that effect with these kind of composite guitars. You know, because you have one guitar that's just kind of, and then another guitar that's, right, and then another guitar that's, and right, so we're basically kind of just moving through these little sliding chord shapes. I actually want to make it more kind of countryish. Right, then we mostly get a fairly, it's mostly kind of a combination of the major and minor blues scales. Over top of the... But it doesn't sound like he's actually playing the solo using chicken picking. It sounds like he's just picking all of it. That standard sort of little rockabilly lick too that we talked about when we did that like rockabilly type stream. Little bit of mixolydian there. Alright, so basically we have the little Eve amp, which we're going to play either up here at the 7th fret, or 12th fret, or 2nd fret using a D shape. Which actually, I kind of wonder if that guitar is playing with a capo, like if it's capo to the 2nd fret and he's using that D shape, so he can pull off to the open string. Right, then there's a higher guitar that's playing this little... Which that type of riff is like absolutely dead on Meat Puppets cliche, like sliding the chord back and forth. You know, that's like basically every song. Right, then we get A, G, D, A, G, D, E, G, A, G, E. Then we're back into our... Then our solo, like I said, is basically just a composite. Like if we can visualize the major blues kind of on top of the minor blues, then we get... So it just kind of loops that like 3 times, it sounds like. criminally underrated band. You know, I think people don't really realize how influential they were, how important they were on like the entirety of the '90s. Do some neat tricks with behind the nut bends like that. Really only works on tellies too, pretty much, and a couple other guitars. It's because of the clearance you have to have behind the nut. Like you can't really do it on your average Gibson because of the headstock angle. The strings are much too close. You can't really bend them sufficiently. Then you have to hope your guitar stays in tune when you do it. I don't think anybody even paid attention when he said that this was a Meat Puppet song or this is a Vaseline song. Two finger, the two string, one finger oblique bend. It's a trick I got from Jerry Donahue. So in this case, like if we're playing out of a C shape, like for an E chord, we can grab the perfect fifth on the G string, pull it down with our index finger. When it's down, we grab the major seventh of the chord, which will be the same fret on the B string. When we release the bend with the index finger, our finger automatically bends the B string up, and so we hear, but we hear them simultaneously. Now, it gets really tricky. You start incorporating other finger bends into it, so. And you try to bend and release them separately. And it's really freaking hard. But he could do it shockingly well and consistently. So you can find some really, really interesting combinations of notes like that. Or like, how cool does that sound, man? It's basically giving us the major third and the minor seventh at the same time. I didn't expect you to be a Nirvana hater. Perhaps they don't permit you to indulge your obscurantism enough. Which I can appreciate. Almost. Ah, that's hard. Can't get my ring finger over it. You have to like get the bottom corner of your ring finger over the other string. That's rough. Like it's not too hard. Well, say it's not too hard, and then I can't do it. On the B string, a little bit easier farther down the neck. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, you know, when I was really first being allowed to listen to rock music, when I was, you know, maybe 9 or something, you know, early 90s, there was really like nothing else like that. There was nothing that abrasive and ugly that you'd heard before on the radio. And I mean, even most of the other grunge bands and Seattle bands and stuff, Pearl Jam was nowhere near that rough. Soundgarden was more kind of metally, you know, kind of a different vibe. You know, and you didn't hear, they weren't really playing the likes of the Melvins or Mudhoney or anybody like that on the radio down here, or well, in North Carolina in my case. You know, nobody that was playing really harsh and abrasive and ugly sounds. This neck joint is too good. You can't do the telly trick of actually bending your neck. Some guys like Bill Frisell, I mean, that's his vibrato basically. He uses almost no finger vibrato. His vibrato is exclusively neck bending. But you have to have pretty much have to have a big square Fender neck joint to make that work. Not this super cool contoured neck joint. Nice and rounded out with countersunk bolts and incredibly tight fitting. Oh man. All right, well, we've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes, bro. Mom, what time is it? I do believe it's time to wrap it up. So if you're watching and you haven't followed, hit the follow button. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord, because we'd love to have you in there talking guitar and music and stuff all week long. Thanks everybody for your requests and hanging out, jamming with me while I played with pedals and played bass and set up gear and did all kinds of stuff. I learned a couple songs. Should be back Monday. It'll either be a music theory Monday lesson, or it might be a mellow Monday, depending on what kind of mood I'm in and whether or not I feel like making a chart for the lesson. But we'll be back with something Monday night at 9. And I'll see y'all later. Yeah, Graham, glad to have you. Glad you could hang out for the full stream this time, too. But always love to see you in here, keeping chat busy. Oh. But I'm going to log off. I'm going to go find some food. I'll catch you next time.